color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are
Welcome to the Hot Shop. Today we are working on creating some abstract forms. These abstract forms will imitate what life was after the Big Bang. Not much life, but a lot of gas and atoms and particles floating around, trying to find their way potentially back together in space. And so that process here in the hot shop will look like blowing out a bubble and then giving it some tweaks and enhancements and color overlays and bits of frit that are known as dichro, and that'll give a iridescent. There will be an iridescent film on top of that. All of this will be glass. So specifically here in the hot shop in the process, Kacie Lees is our visiting artist, and Kacie's brought her visions as a visiting artist to our team to be able to bring the visions to life through the furnace work. So right now we've dipped into the furnace to gather glass out of the furnace. We've added some color. And the glass is nice and hot. It won't be this orange color when it cools down. It just looks orange because it's above 2,000 degrees. So he's shaping the bubble and he's preparing the shape of the glass for what he needs to do in a moment when they put it into the paper mold to create more so like an organic rock shape. Our visiting artist today is Kacie Lees. Kacie will be with us this week creating different organic shapes here in the hot shop. So can we please see the furnace diagram? So when we dip into the furnace, we'll be able to gather the glass, and the glass comes out looking nice and orange, but it is clear when it cools down. So when we dip into the furnace, it rests at about 2,100 degrees, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Can we please see the furnace diagram? The furnace is the large ceramic tank there with the silver bottom and the door. And as you can see, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. So we'll go in with the block there just to help shape the glass, cool down those outer layers. And then when we're at the bench, we will work in and out of the reheating chamber. That glory hole there is powered by natural gas and forced air. This glory hole we turn off at the end of the night. We don't let it run 24/7. And it rests at about 2,300 degrees while we're working. That bucket is full of soaking wet newspaper, and it'll take the really cool crunchiness of the newspaper as she blows the bubble and comes out. It'll take that shape. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works? Kacie works daily as a neon professor at the Chicago School of the Art Institute in Chicago. Sometimes she teaches at the Museum of Neon Art in Los Angeles. Eventually, she'll be able to cross the two mediums of furnace work here in the hot shop and neon work by adding and pumping plasma into these abstract forms that she's created here in the hot shop with the team. So to add the little speckles, Sarah's using the hot torch to make sure they're nice and hot, and then Gabe will go over it with that organic form we just created to be able to pick them up. These are little bits of crushed glass, and some have what we call dichro on the top, which is an iridescent film, which will give you that really beautiful, you know, rainbow iridescent film on the top. So now we've transferred it from that initial pipe to be able to clean up that connection point. It was connected to the blowpipe. So we'll just go in and pinch the glass just to be able to have a ability to then go in with the shears and grip it and then knock it off to clean up, just to clean up that part that was connected to the blowpipe. It comes off a bit jagged. You don't really want that on your finished work. We're making organic forms. Kacie has one in her hand from yesterday. These forms would have been found in space when the stars blew up or supernova happened. And so, as those atoms and particles and molecules floated around, she's exploring what those shapes would have looked like or could have looked like. We'll just go ahead and tap off that cinched piece of glass. Whenever you cinch the glass with those cold tools, it helps chill it enough to be able to eliminate the extra material. So now we'll prepare to take the piece off the pipe in a moment. We want this area of the pipe to be nice and hot, so when we add water, we'll be able to knock it off the pipe. It'll help it release when we create thermal shock and vibrations from hitting the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. All right. Woohoo! And then we'll put it into the annealer. And we have another organic form that'll be floating from space. On June 21st, we will have a second sale here. So if you're interested in taking a look at all the pieces that are like samples or one of a kind, one-offs that you've never seen before, they will be available on June 21st at our second sale, starting as low as $10. Welcome to the Hot Shop. Our visiting artist this week is Kacie Lees. They will be here from the 4th through the 8th, creating in the Hot Shop with the team, exploring various different organic forms. And these forms derive from life after the Big Bang and what that might have looked like, the gases and the atoms and the molecules and all the matter floating around in space. And so to put that into the form is really fun. So some shapes look like moon rocks. Some shapes look like little blurps of organicness, organic bubbles floating around, being pulled in different directions. You'll be able to see some. She'll take them out of the annealing oven there. Those were from yesterday's work. And so in Kacie Lee's everyday life, she works at NYU as a neon professor. And then sometimes she'll be working as a professor in New York. Oh, I'm sorry, I said NYU. So yeah, sometimes in New York, daily though in Chicago for the Art Institute of Chicago, and then also at the Museum of Neon Art in Los Angeles. And so her goal is to intersect the two mediums at a point of observing light, illumination, and refraction through furnace worked glass that has different layers of color and enhancements on the glass. So today and yesterday we rolled up dichro, which will have that really beautiful iridescent film on the surface. So it'll give you those really cool colors that would come from the planets. But within the process currently, we've gathered from the furnace. The furnace is where we hold all the molten hot glass. On the end of a blowpipe there, you can see him on the screen rotating the hot glass. He's going to blow into this pipe to create a bubble. And then they'll lay some colorful glass on the surface with enhancements. So when he blows into the pipe, he'll cap it to create a bubble. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works to learn a little bit more about Kacie? As you can see on the image there, she's working with neon. So we'll dip into the furnace to gather some more glass over that initial bubble that we added color to the surface to. The furnace, it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So we'll go into this paper mold. The paper mold is just a lot of crumpled up newspaper soaked in water in that bucket. Welcome to the Hot Shop. Our visiting artist in the Hot Shop this week is Kacie Lees, and what we're doing is we are creating different types of chaotic shapes, and so they'll have a lot of movement with color and enhancements. The objective of Kacie's Hot Shop residency here is to develop a new body of work exploring the origins of space and time and time as an act of universal subatomic solidarity. So as we work here in the hot shop, in the process, we'll use that reheating chamber. We'll go in and out of that reheating chamber there to be able to keep the glass nice and malleable during the process. As you can see, there are some items that Kacie is removing out of the annealing oven. And the idea behind these items is to illuminate them, so to light them up. So we've added color to the top of a clear bubble. And then as we've added color at the end of that rod there, we'll then go into the furnace to gather more glass over to be able to continue to expand this bubble of color that's at the end of the rod. So, described as a bright glowing fog of ionized gas, too hot for atoms to form, the early universe was a chaotic environment of extraordinary potential. As a 2025 visiting artist, Casey's objective is to develop a new body of work exploring the origins of space, time as an act of universal subatomic solidarity by using opalescent glass and dichroic frit. So dichroic frit has this really beautiful iridescent film over the top, which will give us all those different hues. Kacie will make blown and hot sculpted forms that act as meditations on matter. The shape of these sculptures reference cosmic nebula, and their intended form is nebulous, varied, and experimental. Glowing Fog leans into the majestic phenomena of light by illustrating optical wonders such as refraction, reflection, and scattering. So at this point, we're going to prepare the glass to be removed from the end of the blowpipe. So that means when we go back in to heat the body of the piece, when we go back in to reheat the body of the piece, the end of the pipe goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. So what Sarah does when she blasts it with heat at the end of the pipe is she's securing that all the heat will be will be distributed properly throughout the piece. So our visiting artist this week is Kacie Lees. Can we please see some of Kacie's past works? So what you'll see here is the idea of her proposal, the forms. Yesterday we blew into some copper wiring that she created, which will assist with shape. Kacie works in neon, and what she brought with her, and you guys can try it out. She bought some spectroscopies to be able to capture the light that you can't see naturally. We'll put a little bit of water on that jackline we carved in. The water will set in, and it'll help create shock in the area, and then when she taps the pipe, it'll remove the glass from the end of the initial blowpipe. When we blow into that pipe and we release the glass, it creates some jagged edges. So now we'll get that opposite side that we removed from the initial pipe. We're going to heat it up and clean it up. Hello and welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. There's a few things going on in the Hot Shop. One thing, we're making glass. The second thing, we have a visiting artist this week here at the museum. Kacie Lees is our visiting artist that's working with the team. When artists apply to come and work in the Hot Shop, their goal is to be able to gain the residency, to be able to work with this team. So the Hot Shop team is sought after due to their immense amount of knowledge, their ability to streamline a process and to bring your ideas to life here in the Hot Shop through glassmaking. You don't have to be a glass artist to apply to a residency here. You could be a carpenter, you could be a plumber, you can be whatever you'd want to be. But you can still totally apply. So the Hot Shop is designed for artists of all different backgrounds to come and bring their visions to life. So currently in the process, we are just cleaning up a part of the glass that was removed from the initial blowpipe. We'll go in and carve into the glass with those jacks and then in with the diamond shears and cinch. And those diamond shears cut in a 360, so in one snip, it'll remove the materials. So in Kacie's daily life, she works at the School of the Art Institute, Chicago, as a neon professor. She also teaches neon for NYU, which is held at Urban Glass in Brooklyn, New York. So that class is held at a glass center in New York City. And then she also works at the Museum of Neon Art located in Los Angeles. But during this residency here, she will be experimenting with different forms and described as a bright glowing fog of ionized gas too hot for atoms to form. The early universe was a chaotic environment with extraordinary potential. As a 2025 Museum of Glass visiting artist, my objective, so Kacie's objective, is to develop a new body of work exploring the origins of space and time as an act of universal subatomic solidarity. So here in the Hot Shop, we'll be using opalescent glass and dichroic frit. So dichroic frit has a really cool iridescent film on the surface of glass, which will give us that really cool like rainbow effect. So we'll make blown and hot sculpted forms that act as meditation on matter. The shapes of these sculptures reference cosmic nebulae, and their intended form is nebulous, varied, and experimental. So you'll be able to see here in final form one of the forms that is a communication between the goal, the vision that Kacie has, and then the final form of what we can create as a team here in the Hot Shop. So as we go in and out of the reheating chambers, the reason we must do this while working is to keep the glass nice and hot. We do not want it to drop below a certain temperature, or else we will then experience thermal shock within the body of the piece. And so, can we see that reheating? Oh, we're going to go into the blow mode again. So this is a paper mold that has been created by hand. Crunching of the newspaper with soaking it in water will then give us all that beautiful organic texture on the surface of the glass. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works? Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of this reheating chamber, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. There's hollow fire bricks within that barrel that can withstand those very high temperatures. Thank you. So now we're at the part of the process where we're finished creating this really, really cool object with all the colors and the fancy, fancy dichro frit. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point there. Gabe will get under it. Those Kevlar gloves will protect his skin from physically being burned, but he can still feel the heat radiating through the material. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. Into the annealing oven it'll rest, into where it will cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So the process, it starts by dipping into the furnace. The furnace, I'm just giving you guys some understanding of how it's going to start when they restart in a moment. The furnace is a large ceramic tank, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. If somebody dropped a red hat down here on the front, all right, I don't want you to forget it. Thank you guys so much for visiting the Hot Shop. Have a wonderful trip back to Portland. And thanks for visiting the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. We'll go in with those papers to be able to shape the glass. I hope you guys are having a happy Thursday. Here in the hot shop, we are exploring different forms that you may find orbiting around in space before or after the Big Bang, or like when a star blows up. Kacie Lees is our visiting artist this week here in the hot shop. And in the process, we've added different varieties of colors, transparent colors to the surface of the glass And now Sarah is using papers to shape the glass. Those papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, which allows her to guide the glass almost as if she's using her bare hands. So to be able to clean up the pipe, the piece of the pipe that's connected to the initial blowpipe, we'll go in and we'll add a transfer rod to the opposite side. That little bit of glass there acts as a connection point to be able to remove the glass from the initial blowpipe. She'll go and add water to the jack line that she carved in, close to the end of the pipe there, the low point in the glass. So she'll put water around there, and then she'll tap the pipe. Once she taps the pipe, it'll release the glass from the initial blowpipe due to thermal shock and vibrations. And now the part that was removed, that in portion there, she'll go in and refine it and clean it up due to it being jagged. Because after you put a little water on there, it can create some, low and high points. We'll go back on center. After this piece, we will take a lunch break for 1 hour and then come back and do it all again. We'll be live till 5. So we'll remove the extra material by cinching it. That cold steel glass doesn't really like it a lot, so it works well when we need to eliminate materials. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works? During Kacie's daily life, she lives and works in Chicago as the neon professor at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. And then when she's in New York teaching for NYU, she works at the Urban Glass Center in Brooklyn, New York. And sometimes she works at the Museum of Neon Art as a teacher in Los Angeles. Her focus in neon will be intersected with the items that she makes here in the hot shop. She'll potentially pump these abstract forms with different gases to create different types of illumination, light. She'll also be able to observe the refraction within the materials. So now we'll prepare this orb to be knocked off the end of the pipe. So what that looks like is we're going to heat our connection point, get it nice and spicy. So when we add water to it, shock will set in, and then the vibrations of hitting the pipe will allow it to knock off. So Gabe is suited up to be able to get under the piece and catch it after she removes it from that blowpipe. All right. Last flash. Now we'll get under it, hold the piece upwards so when she puts the water on it, it doesn't touch the surface of what they've created. Tap the pipe. All right, let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Woohoo! It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool back down to room temperature overnight, similar to the ones there that are resting we made yesterday. All right, friends, we're going to take a lunch break now. We'll be back in about 1 hour. Thank you for hanging out with us here in the hot shop. We'll see you in a moment.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. They're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm going to leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Holding? Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. it's really meditative for me to do the engraving part. And then this is like loud and fast, and you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum. From developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No.
Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Man, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cat? I could have kept it more. I'm going to need some rammage. Ramming.
You can call me Nancy.
I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. You got a little air on it?
It's it right now.
Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it. You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of like I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and Kane, and then the Encalmo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that clean or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first one like type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling. So like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the marinis will do, and they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizda Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, you know, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work. I like to explore many different techniques in glassmaking. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. yeah, I can't wait to make rondels with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. Yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondels we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom could be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
they are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll get better.
Exactly. And so for poles, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
polished thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I mean, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
We get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories. And when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I've started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like preteeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, you know, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
Twice if you can make it. Yeah.
Can I make it?
Yes. Yep.
Be snappy.
Look at that bottom. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just once is fine.
Just got the once.
Awesome.
Can I touch those?
Yeah, totally.
What are you going to touch, Ben? Dude, touch those two together when we come off. Okay. We got a little time.
You say when.
Do you want to touch those or not?
No, because I need to take that out.
attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger, lighter.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know?
Well, see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
Oh, it's opal. It's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
and
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky.
Welcome to the hot shop. We're going to get started in a moment. We're making glass in the hot shop today. Sorry, just a little Stevie for you. Again, welcome to the hot shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. In the hot shop this week, we have a visiting artist. Our visiting artist is Kacie Lees, and you've been able to view her past works there on the big screen. So as those continue to scroll, I'll just tell you a little bit about Kacie and her plan for this residency with us. And then I'll get into the process of what exactly it is that we're doing here in the hot shop. Let's give it about 1 or 2 minutes to allow some other visitors to slowly roll in. And then I'll get in depth about Kacie as well as the process. So the process, it starts by dipping into the furnace. As you can see, Gabe took a stainless steel rod and dipped it into the furnace there. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. When he blows into the end of the pipe, a bubble will appear. And that teeny tiny bubble will be the catalyst, the starter bubble, for making these forms, these hollow forms that we are going to create today. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees. The glass, when it comes out of the furnace, looks orange. When it cools down, it will cool clear. Now, if we can go back to see the color overlay. So what we're going to do is there's a clear bubble there that Gabe is holding. Nick will bring over a bit of color at the end of that bar there. At the end of the rod. And then he'll go in with his diamond shears and snip it. The glass only is orange because it is hot. As we go in and out of that reheating chamber, can we please see the glory hole diagram? As we go in and out of that reheating chamber, It gets the glass nice and hot. The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air also. It's only designed to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And it rests at about 2,300 degrees. So all of the additional glass that was on the end of the rod from the color overlay, he took and, as you can see, created a pony. So the core of the pony will have that really cool black and maybe other like particles of other colors there resting inside of it when it cools down. So Kacie Lee's plan when they're here with us this week in the hot shop, the proposal states, described as a bright glowing fog of ionized gas too hot for atoms to form, the early universe was a chaotic environment of extraordinary potential. As a 2025 MOG visiting artist, Kasie's objective is to develop a new body of work exploring the origins of space and time as an act of universal subatomic solidarity. The Hot Shop team will use opalescent glass and dichroic frit. Dichroic frit will have that really cool iridescent film on the surface, so it'll give us all those beautiful different hues of color. Kacie will make blown and hot sculpted forms that act as meditations on matter. The shapes of these sculptures reference the cosmic nebulae, and their intended form is nebulous, varied, and experimental. Glowing fog leans into the majestic phenomena of light by illustrating optical wonders such as refraction, reflection, and scattering. Kacie is drawn to the phase shifts in glass from solid to a liquid state. And with these works, I hope to draw upon my skills in the neon shop to pump. With these works, Kacie hopes to draw upon her skills in the neon shop to pump these forms with noble gases to create sculptures filled with glowing plasma. In Kacie's daily life, she lives in Chicago and works for the School of the Art Institute of Chicago as the neon professor. She also teaches at the Urban Glass Center for New York University as a neon professor and at the Museum of Neon Art in Los Angeles. She also has a book available if you're interested in learning more in the store. The title of the book is Neon Primer, a handbook on light construction by Kacie Lees. If you're interested in learning more about Kacie and you can't make it back, or if you would like to make it back, you can come on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. to learn more about her during her artist talk. We also have a live stream here, and we're always streaming Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. So you can always go onto our website, click the Hot Shop tab, and then click the live stream tab to see what's happening. So now that we've gathered the glass, we've gathered it a couple of times over a color overlay. The color overlay is in the core. The clear glass is on the outside encasing the color overlay. They're just assessing this box here with silver in the middle. Silver in it. It's a vacuum box, and the silver is like flakes of silver. So it's being held to the surface by the vacuum. So they'll dip into this box here to be able to collect all the really beautiful silver flake onto the surface of the glass. Again, my name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask. Another event that I want to mention, June 21st, we'll have our second sale. So that's when one-of-a-kind, one-off items will be available within the store, and the items are as low as $10. So if you're interested in taking home a one-of-a-kind, one-off, handmade glass piece by the Hot Shop team, be sure to come back June 21st for this second sale. So as he goes in with his papers, he's just cooling down those outer layers, giving the glass some shape. We will move to the center bench in a moment. We're just starting over there for now. You'll be able to see some of the forms that we made yesterday. If you come a little closer and you look a little closer, when you get closer, you can see the glitter and the space-like qualities of the glass and the dichro that I spoke of earlier. So you'll be able to see that iridescent film on top of the glass, the little speckles of glass, because we are exploring what shapes would possibly look like in outer space when stars blow up or when the Big Bang occurred. So she'll go in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. And what that'll do is it'll help shape the glass, cool down those outer layers while keeping that core nice and hot. So when we expand the bubble, it'll expand evenly into the walls that we have shaped and formed. So we're setting up the bubble for success because we need nice and even walls to create a great piece. That cloth-like material is just newspapers folded up that have been soaking in water also, or they've been, soaked in water, not soaking so much. That'll allow Sarah to be able to shape almost as if she's using her bare hands, but she's not. We have some youth members in the audience, and if we could see the kids design glass form slide, but not the video, just the form slide would be awesome, just so I can tell them a little bit about the program. For my youth visitors that are here in the hot shop, I just wanted to tell you guys a little bit about our Kids Design Glass program. And this program is designed for you to submit your artwork for kids 12 and under, draw your original idea. The Mog Shot Hot Shop team chooses a monthly winner. Just one person wins at random. And then the winner and the family are invited to watch their creation be made out of glass. One piece will stay here on permanent, with our permanent collection to be exhibited throughout the year. And then one piece goes home with the family. So if you are interested in creating something on a Kids Design Glass submission, draw something great, submit it, and if you get a call, that means you're a winner. Thank you. You can find those Kids Design Glass entries in the education studio, also the blank forms. And you don't have to be local to submit to Kids Design Glass. We had a couple kids, or one child from Korea, zoom in and watch their creation be made. And it's actually on display in the art alley. It's like that first really cute blue little transparent blue piece. It kind of reminds me of a cloud, but you'll see it in art alley, the first one on your left side. So we have some glow-in-the-dark powder, and then dichroic bits of glass, that's crushed glass, dichroic frit that she's rotating the larger mass of glass in, collect it, melt it into the surface, and then we'll see if they go into this green bucket or what's going to happen next to help shape the final, getting closer to the final form. So now Sarah will use the jacks to go in and carve into the glass to help move it away from the end of the pipe. This is important because this is what will help us take the glass off of the end of the initial pipe where we started to clean up the opposite side at a different point in the process. So we'll go in and we'll carve in a jack line. It'll create a weak point in the glass, and it indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. As you can see, as we blow it out, the glass becomes thinner, or the color becomes thinner and thinner, so it becomes more transparent. You get to see all that really cool dichro, that iridescent film covered glass. So now what we're doing is we're attaching a transfer rod to be able to remove the glass from the end of the initial pipe to clean up that opposite side. So remember when we put in the jack line, that's why we need a good jack line. So we can reference the jack line. We'll put a little bit of water. Sarah will dip into the bucket there, and then she'll grab some water and then lay water onto the jack line. When you lay water in the area, it'll get some thermal shock set in. She'll tap the end of the pipe, and the vibrations will help release the glass from the blowpipe. If you're interested in learning more about Kacie Lee's, just her background in neon, neon primer is in our store. It's a handbook on light construction. And sifting through it, there's so many really, really cool, informative pages about just light and how it's made and spectroscopy. And she has these little spectroscopes that you can look through and look at all the different variations of light that the naked eye cannot register due to how we see things. And now we are, Gabe is prepared to catch the piece off the end of the pipe. His Kevlar gloves will protect him. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point there at the end of the pipe. We'll tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help release the glass and the thermal shock. Alrighty, let's give them a big round of applause. Woohoo! Items must go into the annealing oven to slowly cool back down to room temperature overnight. If not, those inner layers are hot and those outer layers are cooler, and so when they meet, they would crack and blow up here. Not blow up a lot big; they'll just crack and fall apart here in the hot shop if we just left them within the environment. Would anybody else like to look through the spectroscopy? Here in the hot shop, we have Kacie Lee's working. Can we please see some of Kacie's past works for the visitors that just joined us here in the hot shop? Kacie will be here June 4th through the 8th, and then on June 8th, her artist talk will be 1 p.m. Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. If you can't make it back, you can always go on to our live stream. Our live stream is Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5. And you can watch her talk about her work and herself and her journey through neon and here during her residency this week. So in today's process, to add color to the glass, we are constantly doing color overlays, and we're working with the colors that Kacie has picked. And so just to share with you guys a little bit more information about color overlay and what that does and how that's performed, and then colors in glass in general, can we see the color overlay video for the guest here in the hot shop?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
she took that really hot mass of glass and rotated it on the marvering table here to pick up the dichro, the glow-in-the-dark glass. The dichro glass has a really pretty iridescent film on the top of it. And then we're going to put it into the paper mold. The paper mold is full of paper that's been crumpled up and soaking in water. And so when you come out, you'll see how natural it looks. It's so cool, kind of like a space rock. Artists apply to come here and work in the hot shop due to the team that we have here. The team has been here, all of them have been here for I think a little more than 20 years, and so the team of people know how to create something the first time. They know how to streamline your process, make it real seamless, and they know how to bring your vision to life through communicating what it is that you want and what it is they can do to make it real. Can we please see some of Kacie's past works? Kacie's objective while she's working here in the hot shop is to develop a new body of work exploring origins of space and time as an act of universal subatomic solidarity. The hot shop team will use opalescent glass and dichroic frit. Dichroic frit gives us that really beautiful iridescent film on the surface of the glass, so it'll shine when the light hits it with many different colors. Kacie will make blown and hot sculpted forms that act as meditations on matter. The shapes of these sculptures reference cosmic nebulae, and their intended form is nebulous, varied and experimental. Glowing fog, which is the idea, the title behind what she's exploring, leans into the majestic phenomena of light by illustrating optical wonders such as refraction, reflection, and scattering. When we gather the glass and trip it off into the bucket like that there, we can recycle any of the clear glass within our furnaces. And so as we constantly work here in the hot shop and we take glass out of the furnace, our hot shop technician, Nick, the man in the corner there of the camera, he has to refill, or part of his job is to refill the furnaces back up to those high levels, so when we dip into it, it's not too low and we don't have to be exposed to those high temperatures for too long. So, can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we've taken that additional form out of the garage where it was resting to be reworked into the process. And now we're going to connect the two shapes. If you guys haven't been able to walk the bridge yet where the Venetian forms are and those really awesome blue towers, this very much so reminds me of the blue towers outside across the bridge. So now we will slowly begin to prepare to remove the piece from the end of the pipe. It's really important that that connection point there is nice and hot. So when we lay water on it, thermal shock will set in properly. Put a little bit of water on the connection point. We'll tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help release the glass. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Woohoo! And then into the annealing oven, it'll rest so it'll cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. And then tomorrow we'll be able to take it out and lay it on the table here like we've done with the forms on the table. So there on the big screen, what you're able to see is just some past works from Kacie Lees. She's the visiting artist here in the Hot Shop this week. And to learn more about her in-depth, Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m., she'll have her artist talk, where she'll talk about her residency, her past works, her daily life. And in her daily life, she works in Chicago at the School of the Art Institute as a neon professor. And then she also works for NYU at the Urban Glass Center, where her neon class is held, and sometimes at the Museum of Neon Art in Los Angeles. And so she spends her time working as an art educator, specifically in neon. And so the residency started yesterday, so over these past couple days, she has been exercising her proposal plan, which Kacie's objective is to develop a new body of work exploring the origins of space and time as an act of universal subatomic solidarity. The Hot Shop team will use opalescent glass and dichroic frit, and Kacie will make blown and hot sculpted forms that act as a meditation on matter. The shapes of these sculptures reference cosmic nebulae, and their intended form is nebulous, varied and experimental. The title Glowing Fog leans into the majestic phenomena of light by illustrating optical wonders such as refraction, reflection, and scattering. Kacie is drawn to the phase shifts in glass from solid to a liquid state and how these work. So she hopes to draw upon her skills in the neon shop to pump these forms with noble gases to create sculptures filled with glowing plasma. So that glory hole is a reheating chamber that allows us to be able to reheat the glass so we can continue to shape the glass at the bench and expand the bubble. That glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's lined with hollow fire brick. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. She'll use the block to help shape the glass while keeping the core nice and hot to be able to expand the bubble. We really want the outside layers to be stabilized and chilled and even, nice and well rounded, so when we blow out the glass, it'll all expand evenly. And then that cloth-like material is just papers folded up, soaked in water, and that'll give her the ability to shape the tool shape the glass very intimately. That hot torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees, and so it's able to bring that glass to a very malleable temperature to allow us to manipulate it, pull it out, or suck it in. And then we have to go into the reheating chamber just to keep the body of the piece nice and evenly heated. So now we'll transfer this piece from the initial pipe to another rod to be able to clean up the opposite side. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line there, and then we'll tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help remove the glass from the end of the pipe. We'll put a little water on it. He'll get under it and catch it off the pipe and tap the pipe to to release the glass. All right, let's give them a big round of applause. Woohoo! Woohoo! Woo! And it'll rest in the the annealing oven overnight. We are all done for the day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. And if you want to know what is happening here in the hot shop, feel free to tune into our live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. I'm sorry. 10 to 5 p.m. Wednesday through Sunday. Kacie's Artist Talk is Sunday 1 to 2 p.m. So if you're interested in learning more about Kacie, a handbook on light construction, learning about neon primer, her book also available in the store. Feel free to come on back or get onto the live stream to learn more about our VA for the week. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for being here with us today in the hot shop.